All right. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and get the chat loaded up. Hello, you guys. Hey, AJ Brady. Hey, Mahan. How you guys doing? Welcome back in. Going to slightly adjust these two scenes. Going to make my camera slightly smaller. And then I'll move this to like here. Okay. Let's try that. I want to make my camera a little bit smaller. I don't want it to take up as much real estate. I feel like it's not as important. And then all right. How's that look? How does that look? I think it looks nice. Okay, welcome in everybody. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Today is Tuesday, March 18th, and we are back learning some Python. We are back doing it again. We are going to be um, working on our final project here for Harvard CS50X, or in general, the project we've been working on for a while now that we're now making our final project, the Small Business Manager. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. Welcome in, one and all. Welcome, everybody. Should I make the camera even a little bit smaller, or do you think it's okay? Okay, so yesterday we left off on um, the inventory tabs and the frame. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Let's take a peek back, right? So we have our main folder, our app.py inside of our GUI folder. So our GUI folder has a tabs file and an app.py in the root of the GUI. So we have, I kind of organized it a little bit more last night on the after hour stream. We have main, which calls, our app and app.py, which is the small business manager class, which is a TK window instance, right? So it's an instance of the tkinter class, right? And then the title of that is the small business manager, right? We are calling a notebook widget for, right, to be within there, and we're packing and filling the notebook across the small business manager window, right? Right, where because it applies onto its parent app, um, right? Should I make my font just maybe slightly bigger then? Do that. I'm working on that web scraper API, but I need you guys to keep me motivated to keep going. Awesome. Well, we'll keep each other motivated here. We got a lot of work on here. We need to. I really want to get this project done in a timely manner. I don't think I want to take longer than 2 weeks time to build this. I really think we need to start picking up the pace on how we, program, especially if we're going to try to translate that into programming work at like a job or whatnot. We're going to be able to need to move a little bit faster. And at least develop some speed under our belt. So let's go ahead and just stay focused here and get this thing going. Hey, algorithms, Arab. Yo, glad to be here, man. I just found the channel and you were on the same trajectory, but you're ahead of me. Oh, no worries, man. Where are you at? Let me know about your journey here so far. Where you're learning, what's your goals? I'll share more about myself. For those that are new, thank you so much. I'm 26 years old. My name is Michael. I'm from, the great state of Oregon. I grew up in Oregon. I like the rain. I but I work as a former chemist, and I graduated college back in 2021 with a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I've been teaching myself how to code for about 8 months now, and I have been going every day, doing everyday live sessions for about almost 5 months now, or coming up on, it's coming up on, 4 to 5 months. So our everyday sessions have been going quite far, and I'm having a hard time talking right now for some reason. So let's just get into the coding. Jeez Louise. Welcome so much. Oh my gosh. Welcome, algorithms. Okay, and then so now what we do is we have that notebook, right? The notebook houses, I'll load up our window so far. This is what we have plotted out so far. Our notebook um, has, the inventory tab, which is the inventory tab class that we created last time, and with the title with the text of inventory, right? And so we're loading these onto the tab control notebook, and then right, and just as such. So it's nothing too crazy. So now what we're going to do is focus on actually getting the inventory tab, right? If we go back to our program, the inventory tab loaded up. So what I want about, you know, 2/3 of this screen to be a matrix or a 2D matrix of the inventory, right? So a tree view, right? So the TTK, um, the theme to Kinter, library has a tree view, right? So that's what I did here. So what I did was I made a frame, and then um, right, I added it to the grid, and then um, right, of this inventory tab, and then I made a matrix tree, all right, a matrix tree, right, which is the tree view object, and then I added that to the grid, and so that's what we have here. Whereas now we're seeing this guy here, and so we need to, at this point in time, we're kind of like ready to load up like a database, um, in terms of uh, that inventory, right? So at this point in time, I'm probably going to need you guys' help with using SQLite here and getting things working in Python. So if you guys have any recommendations and are out there watching, let me know. Let's do this together. But let's go ahead and get this show on the road. So we need a database file using SQLite, and so let's go out of GUI. Let's go into, I don't know, database, right? And then let's make a sbm.db, or sorry, sbm.db, smallbusinessmanager.db. Okay, so this is the smallbusinessmanager.db. So we're going to go import SQLite. Oh no, so this is DB, this is our DB. So we need to do file here, sbm database.py, right? And so we're going to do import SQLite 3, right? And then I just watched a video on this, but here we go. So I need to create a database, right? So how in CS50 they right because my goal here for today is I want to get the inventory matrix set up. I want to have all of see right we have the item class, so we're able to now take in items or at least set up. And so now we're going to have headings in our table for associating all of these values, right? So that's what we're going to need to do here. So I forgot how to do it though. I forgot. No, not yet. We haven't. I've only done it through the CS50X, and that one we did through the terminal by calling SQLite 3 on a file. So let me. I I just watched a thing on it, so let me pull up that Corey Schaefer video. YouTube, Corey Schaefer, SQLite 3.
Hey there, how's it going, everybody?
Hey there, how's
In
it
this
going,
video, we're learning how to work with SQLite. Now, SQLite is extremely useful when you need some database functionality and don't want to spin up a full-fledged database like MySQL or Postgres. So you can use SQLite for small to as the employee. So we can say imports. Okay, so now that
Okay, yeah. So you make a connection. That's right. So we have con equals SQLite 3 dot connect, and we're going to connect to quote small business manager dot db, right? I'm gonna make this actually. We're gonna not be lazy. Small business manager dot db, right? Okay, so we're gonna connect to that. I'm gonna put double quotes just because I do double quotes. And then we connect db is equal to con dot cursor, right? So this basically kind of allows us to be able to make executions on this variable of db, right? We could have renamed it to anything we want, but I'm using db because that's what we used in the CS50X, right? Jembo, you started CS50X. Nice, dude. How are you? Are you on week 0? Obviously, but have you been working on Scratch? Okay, so then we okay, so now we're going to create our table. But there was something I wanted to do here. He does something. Oh, he does it through memory. Okay, so in here you can either say a file or you can do it through memory to try it out, right? So I guess we'll do it through a file and we'll try it. No time like the present. Okay, so now we're gonna execute on DB, right? So db.execute quote. We need a doc string because we're gonna make it multiple lines. I think that was the rule, right? And then, so now we're gonna create table inside of here, basically, right? So create table. Inventory, right? And then now we put in our columns. So Our first column is going to be, let's go to our item class. Let's pull up this guy right here next to us. I don't like how the chat is kind of, oh shoot, let me move the chat above me. How about, it's probably better. Like so. Okay, we'll put up there. And then, let's move it all the way over. It's fine right there. Okay. So, um, what happens if I go ahead and chat above me? So, where did I put it, guys? Can't put chat anywhere when you have so much text on the screen. Am I gonna have to just put it back on me? Just make it smaller? I don't know. Does that suck for you guys? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. uh, yeah, you want me to not make it transparent? Add a background to it? Okay, we can do that. Um, okay, let's just leave it there like that. That's fine. Next to me and a bit smaller. Oh, let's bring it up like this. How's that look? I'm gonna get real close here. Sorry, I can't see. No, it's not quite there. Right there. Hmm. Right now it's decent. I don't want to cover up the lava lamp. I could put it like here and like it would, right? But that would just cover up the lava lamp. Now we can't see the lava lamp. It's gotta go there, I guess. What's the height of this? 1622. Hmm. Much better if you. Okay, let me know what you guys think. It's just there. I don't know. Yes, AJ Brady. Appreciate you. Like the stream, guys. If you're here, throw a like on the stream. I think people have been pretty busy. A lot of our regulars have been uh, absent. A lot of people that like when I first started, that would come in here all the time, have been kind of dropping out. So I think people are either we got some people quitting or um, I can't tell. I can't tell. Is that the right size? I don't know. I don't think so. It's probably really annoying for you guys. Sorry. Whatever, I'll just make it a little bit smaller. We'll just make it halfway. That's fine. Okay. That's fine. And we'll lock it. Okay. Awesome. I'm glad I can help you guys stay motivated. That's a big tool that I think this stream can provide you guys. If you guys are struggling, finding the motivation to come in every day. I've really made it a habit to do this. This is my pretty much my only hobby is studying coding, doing stream after work. I don't do anything else. I've even kind of stopped playing the guitar, unfortunately. I really need to pick that back up and practice again, and keep that going because I don't want my skills in guitar to fade. But I need to get back on the ball on that one too. But I've just been so into coding and wanting to accomplish these goals and wanting to accomplish your goals as well. So we're doing it together here, and it's very easy to just make excuses and say, um, you know, uh, you know, I'll just do it tomorrow or whatnot. But if I'm online, think of it like exactly, Wing Hung. If I'm online, think of like what else would I be doing? Like, well, if Michael's gonna go do it, like, then you know, uh, you know, then I might as well too. Awesome. Yeah, I've been playing guitar since I was in seventh grade was when I started taking lessons back then, and then I kind of just started doing stuff myself. I'm not too great. I kind of never got out of like that intermediate fiddling around level. I never really got into like memorizing and mastering all the scales and stuff like that, but I can make my way around and kind of improvise pretty well. And I have a good ear and can kind of know what key we're in and can play along and stuff and play some rhythm. But I definitely don't have a great knowledge at the very top of the neck, and then I pause, but yeah, I need to kind of get out of that little intermediate struggle and then break into that more mastery level of guitar. Okay, lots of stuff to do in life. All right, speaking of Twitch, I don't know why I'm not streaming a Twitch. Let's start the Twitch stream up. All right, I'm also streaming on Twitch, so if you prefer to be on there, feel free. I have Twitch chat also pulled up here, so I'm streaming onto both right now. If one starts getting laggy, though, I'm going to cut and just keep to YouTube, though. All right, so we need to now create these columns, right? That's our goal here. We got to stop getting distracted. I like talking to you guys. We need to Discord. We need Discord to motivate everyone to working. We need Discord to motivate everyone to working. What do you mean, Wing Hung? What do you want with the Discord? If you need something with the Discord, let me know. I'll add some stuff. Yeah, streaming is really good, especially when you zoom out after a time and see all the videos with all the hours counting. Yeah, exactly. Like, in even like in a job interview, I could even like reference, like you never know. Like I have over almost I think I'm closing in on like 400 hours of documented live coding, like you can go up and watch and like it's proven like it's tangible, like it's a tangible thing at this point. These are live videos that have interaction and and show what's going on in my programs and stuff. So, that's that in its own. Okay, so we create table. Now we're gonna add columns. So we have item number, which is, well, dude, these columns need to be like, do they need to be, are they strings? Can you have spaces? Are columns in SQLite 3 string columns and strings? Can they have spaces? In SQLite, column names are treated as strings. Yes, they can have spaces, but it's not recommended because it makes queries more cumbersome. If you want spaces in a column name, you need to wrap the name in double quotes or square brackets when creating a query. Okay, so we'll say just item number, right? Um, this is going to be an integer, and this is unique, and this is auto incrementing. Is that how you do it? Let me know, guys. Okay, so next is going to be the name, the guy of date purchased, right? Right. And then, so this is going to be a show me a basic example of creating a table in SQLite 3. Use many data types. Okay, we're missing some stuff here. So integer primary key, unique auto incrementing, primary integer primary key, right? Date purchased. So this is just going to be some text, right? We're going to have item description. Um, Wing Hong, I mean, on Discord, have a big title, sit here if you are working. Oh, got you. Like like you join that channel if you're studying or something. Don, so proper name would be the ID as primary keys. That's mostly a convention and good to use name ID and so on, other tables, although I don't think you should be freestyling the database design. First, the relationship column constraints before coding is my recommendation. Hmm. Hey, Ray. Okay. Well, the item ties on the cost, right? The item will tie a share the relationship on the balance sheet via its cost, right? But in terms of, I mean, the transaction will share the ID. That will no, the transaction will have its own unique ID, right, for that transaction. Not the size, not the cost. So the balance sheet will share the cost of the item because you have to load the show the asset on the balance sheet. It doesn't share a relationship with expenses. It doesn't share a relationship with cost of no with the income statement. Hmm. If you take an intro course for SQLite, you pick it up fast since everything will make sense quickly. Yeah. Try that site Don recommended a few days ago. Is it in the Discord? Right. So let's just get a little test going here, I guess. So item number, integer, unique, auto incrementing, primary key. So we'll make this ID, right? And we'll just know it's associated with the item number. It's like an alias, right? So we'll say um, date, or should we say acquired, acquisition? Is it best to keep these like date purchased, item description? Because this is already in the item table or the inventory table. Do we really need to label it as item description? Discord. SQLite is a C library that provides lightweight disk-based database that doesn't require a separate server, right? Tutorial. We import, connect, use the cursor. Now we can execute, create table, movie, title, year, score. Now we can execute select and then fetch, right? And then you can fetch one, you can fetch many, or you can fetch all, or something like that, I think are the ones you can use. We can see that table has been created and the query returns a tuple containing the table's name. Now add 2 rows of data, so insert into movie values, right? So you could insert, just like in um, the CS50 course. Oh, this guy. Okay, so you have right. Oh. Okay, so you would have, man, these I need more I need more monitors. More monitors. I need more monitors. This is getting annoying. Where'd you go? Here we go. Okay, so we have ID. Let's just do purchase date, date purchase, that's fine. Let's do, let's keep the order here. Description. So we'll just call it description. Um, we'll say this is going to be a text, right? And then we'll say size. This is going to be a text as well. And then cost. This is going to be a int integer. We're going to should we use a float, a real? Should we handle money in using reals, or should we do what we did before and handle everything as integers and use the conversion of dollars and pennies and cents? What do you guys think? If it's the image, take consideration. I use. Oh, no worries. Is there someone from the CS50 staff who will grade? I'm not sure if they actually really grade it. but I'm not sure. So they say created at timestamp. So a date created, a date purchased, it wants timestamp for date and time bound. Okay. So date purchase, this is timestamp. Default current timestamp? The default value. Oh, the current. Um, what does the current timestamp do? Sets a call. It sets the column to the current date and time anyway. Date and time. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so then we also have a status of a text as well. Okay, how does that look? Yeah, that's why I was doing it myself as integers. I wanted to that's why I was leaving it as integers in my previous program because I was doing the conversions myself. Tim, we got a project to write. I know we're slacking on the leak code. Honestly, I just don't like it that much. I much rather like writing projects and learning new libraries and stuff rather than grinding trivial algorithm questions. I know it's kind of I don't know. Okay, so create table. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and then that does it, right? Okay, so let me see. Here is my current table. Um, how does this look? Don't do it for me. Um, here's my current. Oh, internet's slowing down here, boys. Um, is there an actual due date on this? No, it's more like a personal thing. I think that we've been just doing this for far too long. It's time we grind away and get this project done. I just want you to get your reps in so you have a successful job search, but I totally get you. Yeah. Blind 75 without help. Hmm. You're almost there. Here's a few few fixes. In SQLite, not okay. So this should be auto incrementing. Integer primary key already implies auto incremation. Integer primary key already implies auto incremation. Okay. So we don't need to do this. Consider adding default current time type so you can. Right. So we could add default current timestamp. So actually, I don't want it to do that because we're gonna handle this ourselves. Same with the ID is, hmm, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens, I guess. Um, zero and default current two step, cost integer. Okay, so now let's compare ID, integer, auto incrementing primary key. Date purchase, timestamp. So I'm gonna, you have to give a date purchase to make the item, so I don't think it's necessary to have the default. Description, size, cost, and status. So if I execute this, okay, that ran. So let's go here. Did that run? I guess. How can we see? Let's go. Open with. How can we open with that thing that. So we have it. Okay. Now let's see. How can I see if that worked? Select. Where type equals table and name equals inventory. Okay. Most people say it's recommended to store it as integer and handle the pennies separately. Yeah, that's what I'm probably gonna do. How else do you have strong fundamentals? Yeah, the double-edged sword of leet code, I guess. Um, okay, so now we have this, right? Um, now how can let's just load in a tester item, right? So db dot execute insert um, into uh, inventory. Oh, hold on. So we'll say insert into inventory. So let's go like this. Let's go from classes, import classes dot item class, import item. Let's make a test item is equal to item, and let's give it a number of 1, date purchased of, let's say, today, so 2025 dash 2025 dash 03 dash 18. Let's give it a item description of test item, a item size of medium, a cost of 10, and then a status of, so that's it. Right? So now insert into inventory. Um, insert into inventory what? I'm getting lost here. Let me see. Let's pull up these docs that I had. Where is the insert into? Shoot. Show me an example of insert into. Do not use my current format. Insert into inventory the columns. Okay, so the columns are going to be date purchased, description, description, size, cost, and status. We're going to insert the values of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? And so these values will be, right, these values are going to be test item dot date purchased, test item dot description, test item dot what are my options here? Date purchase, description, size. Right? Test item dot cost and test item dot item status. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Like that. So now if we run this, okay. Now if we say db.execute select all from inventory, and then we run this, Module not found. No module classes. Um, I have a directory classes. Right, so software lifecycle that you should apply. Okay, what does that mean? What is the software lifecycle? Um, from I can't import a file from another dir in the main dir. Sounds like from other dir. So why can't I do classes dot item class from classes from item from classes from item class import come on from why can't I do this? Init class so dot classes dot classes. Okay, so if I run this import error with no known parent package dot classes. Huh. You can just have one from and one import. Yeah. But how can I get this item? How can I get this out of this other folder? So go out. Yeah, right. Pain is right. I have a file called classes and a file called database. A folder. A dir called this and a dir called database in my root dir. Also, this is scaling to know how to find. What? This should. Come on. Hmm. Import everything. One dot means on the same folder. Two dots means go back. So what happens if I do this? No, because I have to show classes. Yeah, I have an item right there. I wouldn't be getting green here if I didn't recognize it. We can learn about packages and stuff another time. I'm trying to work on the project here. Um, so what happens if I just take this thing one before I get saying? No, it's still not even working. So that, what in the world? Well, let's just, I guess I'm just gonna throw it in the database really quick and say from item class import item. Oh, cost. Cost comes after the size. So this is going to be 10. Right, so it's clear. That. No such table. Oh, so that didn't work? Why didn't that work? Oh, con.commit, con.close. Okay, so let's go, let's comment out this, let's do our db.commit, db.close, like so. No attribute commit. Huh. So he's using. Wait. Well, this is annoying. I'm tired of having to copy and paste stuff in, but gotta learn. Here, a couple of things, issues, auto increment. ID integer already applies auto increment, so you don't need to use auto increment unless you want to enforce uniqueness strictly. Close. There is no commit method. Huh. Okay. So if we run this, create table inventory already exists. Okay. So then we'll go here. We'll call this and see what happens. expected at most 2 arguments. So we need to put in a tuple here. So if I call test equals this, print test, and I make it this, cursor object at that. Huh. Print. So I want to have this item. So if I go print, so do I have anything in here? No. Print db dot so this does db dot execute, db dot fetch all, it's empty list. So that's not inserting anything. Oh, this is opening up a database file here. Open with, how do you do the PHP? Is there a SQL Lite view? SQLite viewer? A quick and easy view interface code. DB browse. What's the DB browse? It's got a lot of installs. Let's try it. Call con.commit to do the transaction. So what happens? Okay, so now that's doing a view here. So why is this not using my database inside my file here? ID, date purchase, size, cost, status. Okay. So if I go here, database, db.commit. SQLite cursor has no attribute commit. On the connection object. So on con.commit. Right, okay. So now if we run this, Nothing. Oh no, we do have it. It's just not fetching. Yeah. Okay, so now we do have it in there. So it's kind of it's kind of difficult because it's all like you can't see anything happening. Like it is, and so that's what makes it kind of hard to follow. Okay, so then what am I? Where? How can I get it to do go into the current directory? No such table. That's opening up there. Do like that. Now there's a third one. So that's small. So do I have to escape these? Oh, this is so frustrating. Can I just give the relative path like that? Okay, so now we're into here. Okay, cool. I think it was creating one. Like it's weird. I don't know. Okay, so now we're gonna do this guy. So let's run that. Near auto increment. 6 lines. Tax error. So what's this error? The error is due to the correct any usage auto increment. Auto increment. Con.commit db.close. So we still need this and then do db.close. So if I clear that, near auto increment, syntax error. Hey, Chili Millie. So I'll just delete it. Whatever. Get out of here. Now it ran. Okay, there it is. There's my database here. Okay. So now this is going to be for the inventory table. Okay. So then let's execute a few items here. And then what happens if I do this? db.fetchAll. Is it con.fetchAll? Okay. So I want the table to, like, when they install this package, like it'll come with all of the tables already made, basically, right? So like it'll come like blank. Like this, I'm only doing this to actually just work with SQL and set it up. Like I'm sure I could do it in the terminal and it'd probably maybe be easier than having to do all these single executions and stuff, but like it's going to be just a blank tables ready to go loaded into the ready, like all set up, hopefully. So I'm not even gonna really use this file at all. No, I don't think. It's just gonna be, this is just kind of like a dummy file to make changes, right? Okay. So db dot execute quote select all from inventory, right? And then let's do that. Operate on a closed cursor. Oh. Cool. So then if I go here, comment that, run, there's our item. Nice. Oh, we have two items in there. Where is the, where are you? There's two items in there, but where are you? Where's the file? Where's the file? What? Where's the file? No. Um, I don't know. It's gone. Where is your path? Database. Oh, and why weren't you popping up? Oh my gosh. Nothing wants to work for me today. Jeez. Okay. So if I, but I don't want these tables, like these tables are already going to be made, like and blank, ready to be filled in. What do you mean? Why would I have to initialize a database? So as long as it just connects to the DB, I can make calls on it and just load it into that file. As long as the file saves, then that's all that really matters. So if I have a saved version of the ID of this current iteration blank given to the user, then, right? Okay, so then now what? Okay. So we have a database. We have items in there now. We are now able to go to the inventory tree view here and start doing some stuff. Okay. So we say headings is equal to um, so it's gonna have to be within here. We have to access the database. So in our GUI, in the inventory tab, we have to access the database. We have to go import SQLite 3. We don't, we have to say, do we need to provide SQLite a path to go get this object? Like my database is in a different directory. Hmm. So, let's ask. If I am wanting to use a SQLite database to populate TTK tree view widgets, how could I go about doing this? Don't show me code. Take a talkie break here. Okay, to populate a TKT, establish connection to the database and create cursor. Fetch data. Using select. Okay. It's raining stuff off my desk. Okay. Snacking, yeah, right? What you guys snacking on tonight? Okay, so so we need to gather all the headings, right? So we have SQLite 3 con equals no. What do we have to do? SQLite 3 dot connect. That's okay. That's right. To this guy. Okay, so we have to go back into inventory menu. Con equals SQLite 3 dot connect, and we're going to put in the absolute path of this guy. Right? Like so. But this is going to have to go into wherever they have it stored, though, so we can't do this at the moment, right? So can I go like, how can I access the path of that? So connect to that. Is it dot database? It's out of our current directory into database, and then into through to there. So let's see here. Looks like small issue. The dot is generally used for current or hidden directories. So will this even connect? Let's try a db equals con dot cursor, right? And then we can do headings equals db dot execute quote db dot execute quote shoot select how can I say headings? How can I get the headings? I don't want to look at, I don't want GPT just to tell me the answer. Let's look up how to get only the headers from a SQLite very queer. So I guess they're going to tell it for me. Select SQL from SQLite Master where select SQL from SQLite Master where table and type equals table. Pragma table info. To list all the tables in the database, dot tables. If you want to use print statement below, returns the name. What? Pragma info. Okay, so let's try that. Pragma, whatever that is. Um, Table info on inventory. Right? Let me do print headings. And then we go db dot close. Con dot commit. See, does it like that? There's a small issue. Pragma, the results of this query isn't a regular list of rows. It's a cursor object. You need to fetch data from the cursor to view the table structure. Okay, so you have to headings dot fetch all, like so. Like that. Nothing. Headings equals fetch all for heading and heading print heading. Where do they put the commit? Oh, so they didn't use a commit? For heading print heading? No. Why isn't that working? Because it is directly returns a cursor. Yeah. I want to get the headings. Right? That's what I want to get. So maybe it's not connected here. That's why. Um, so how do I do this then? I'm gonna have to copy the path and put that here. But I need it to be flexible for the user. So I'm gonna have to think about it. Well, that doesn't work either. We have headings in there. Pragma, table info inventory, fetch all. It's on the website you sent. Okay. um, how to show all columns in SQLite geeks for geeks. Execute select from table name. Print data.description. The above displays all the columns of the given table in two-dimensional tuple. Okay, so we say data equals db.execute select all from inventory from, okay, so you say select from inventory, and then you call dot description on that, and then you print headings here. Nothing. Nothing. Dang it. Select all from inventory. Print headings. So I don't know why this whole isn't working here. You fetch the data from the cursor. So we fetch all. Dang it. I don't know. Try it on the DB file to see if it issues the path. Okay, that's a good idea. Description. So we'll take this, go to the database file, comment out this, delete this. Let's do that. Okay, so this is just giving me a bunch of nuns too. Right, this is what it's giving me here. ID, none, date purchased, none, 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 none. Why is it like that? The output you're seeing is a metadata return if the description was contained in your columns. The none values are placeholders for column-specific details, such as data types and constraints, which are not directly relevant. You can extract as a result below. Huh. See you later, Tim. Thanks for coming in. Sky, stop. So we're gonna create a heading for value index 0 in this, right? How do I, what? So, oh, description index 0 for description. So it'd be heading index 0 for heading in the database. For headings in the database. That gave me those. Second code, the code block, for example. So you create a table. Create, no, execute table. Table created. Execute inserts. For column in data.description print column index 0. Okay, so the same thing what we're doing here, but they're using the loop. We're using a list comprehension. Okay. So we have headings now. So what it is, the connection, right? So if I run this, we should be getting the same thing back. So how do I get the connection here? Quote, unable to open database file. Yeah, there might be a delay on YouTube. Might be because I'm not sure why it's delayed. Let me see what the delay is on my end. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Yeah, there might be a delay on YouTube. Might be because I'm not sure why it's delayed. Let me see what the delay is on my end. 1 2 3 1 about 30 seconds or so. Hey, Scary Sticks. Try to use double slashes. Unable to open up the database file. Is it dot dot double slash like that? Or is it dot double slash? So if I'm currently in tabs, which is in GUI, I have to go out of my current file, go into database, and then go to that, and then go to that. This is the hardest part, is getting this thing set up. Not even using SQL itself. That's exactly what I have. The problem is in this line. Loops using description, not headings twice. No, there's not a problem with that line. It's this connection. The prob is in the connection. I can't get the path to link. Database is a dir that is within the parent dir. Parent dir database. If you're unsure of the path accordingly. Okay, so let me just get the path then. I'll put it here, right? I still run. I'm not getting anything. But if I run here, I get stuff. Anybody? Try this. db path equals quote. Let's try that. Unable to open up database file. So what if we do that? Unable to open up database file. How do people do this? Like, how do people organize their stuff? Like, this is so annoying. I don't get it. Like, not even the absolute path is working. Um, goes root to GUI tabs to inventory tab, and the database dir is in the root. The root database GUI tabs inventory tab, your script. Okay, so it's like you had said. Like this. This is so frustrating. Small business manager. That's database. Just don't get it, dude. Okay, so we're not getting any output, but make it a function on the DB file. Make it a function on the database file. On here. What do you mean, Don? All right. So it's not working. We can't even get the path to work. Not a good start, guys. Not a good start. Oh my gosh. This sucks. This sucks. Um, uh, I don't know. I really don't know. Am I gonna have to just move all the files into one area and just stop with all this nesting of stuff? It's just really annoying. So I guess I will, I don't know, move tabs out? No. Your code leaks for a small issue trying to access. Description attribute single light gives you a list of tuples. You can fix probably try to. Whatever. Hmm. Wrap all that in a function and call it on the file you want. The connect DB, the cursor, the query, and the close connection, although there is for sure a better way to make this work in the future. So, is it because it's the database is closing? No. I don't know, dude. Nope. I really, I don't know, dude. This sucks. I mean, how do people do this? Like, how do people get? Guess I'm gonna put my database into the GUI. Go to my database file and wrap it all in a function. Like even the headings call too. Get headings. um, table name. Right. Do this. Table name. Print get headings. Inventory. Then we'll do like this in here as well. And then you want db close in here as well. And then get headings. Print get headings on that. So you need to return headings. Print what's returned. From shoot. Wrap from the db close to the con. Cursor and con as well. Yeah. Get headings. Now I'm not even properly putting this in here. Oh, this sucks, dude. This is like I'm losing motivation fast. This is so annoying. You're on the right track with the issue. Use the string formatting to insert the table name into the query. I don't want to be subjected to just to get the road. Okay, so we could just delay. I just like I'm honestly giving up. This like sucks. Like I just can't do anything. I can't move forward. I can't even get a path to work. It's just like really annoying. So select all from query from. I thought I is using f strings subject to injection attacks. Drop table users. So if not table name is identifier, return. For example, hey Anton Annabelle, hey, I appreciate we got a chat on Twitch. Thanks for coming in, dude. We're trying to fix this. We can't get this to work. For example, just do the function with the con, the cursor, the simple db execute, and the close and test it. Okay. Close. We'll say db.execute. This. Get headings from description. So get all from the table name, close. Okay. So now we call get heading, just do table stuff. None. Select all from table. And return this. Can operate on a closed, so just leave it open, it'll close automatically. So then you do dot fetch all. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we're getting the two objects in there, right? Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Anton, on Twitch. Right, so con we'll take the whole path. So copy path, paste that there. Still works, right? So now I'll go into inventory. I'll say from database dot item no dot SBM database from I don't know. From SBM database import table stuff. Okay. Ooh. So table stuff. So then we'll do dot database dot yeah, I can't even I don't even know how to import it here. From database dot small business manager yeah, it's gonna give an error. I don't know, dude. Paths are not working to set up connection with nested dirs. If you're unsure about the directory you use it. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, this headache is it's good that we're learning. So I mean, it's just so frustrating. Does three dots work? No. Dot 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 database. From dot 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 database. Import table stuff. Not accessed. Try to name it something else. Okay, let's do rename db dbdir. So dot 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 dbdir. I don't think it likes the hyphens. Oh my gosh. From db import db dot. It's recognizing the item class, but it's not recognizing small business. Yeah, wait, not. You can't use the hyphen. So, am I getting table stuff here? Can I call? Can I call this? And then call print? No module db from dot 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 db dot sbm data. Well, is it because I'm what is it? You run me? Oh, I don't know. Change the name of SBM data, SBM DB dot SBM DB import table stuff. Attempted relative import with known parent package. Import error. From DB import SQLite 3. Table stuff. So what happens if you get this? I've never gotten this before. Oop. Well, the origin is showing give me room. Use absolute imports. That's what I did. That's what I did. Attempted relative import no known package. Ugh. The error you're seeing, no, it occurs when you're trying to use relative imports or script to be run directly. It's the M flag. Okay, so at least we're getting to the directory now. db dot rename small business manager dot db. Remove from dot 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 db. Oh, remove dot 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 from no module db. I'm about ready to just throw everything into one file and just start working here. From project name database import function. Okay. From small business manager. Well, this one. Okay, so we're gonna have to get rid of the hyphens then. Note to self, don't use hyphens for paths. Rename underscore. Okay, so we're back here, back in this mess. So inventory from small business manager import database dot sbm underscore db import table stuff. This doesn't work either. I don't know. This is just so annoying. .db. This is crap. Okay, I'm done with this. Let's go ahead and put that back. You're coming here into the root folder. So are you. And you're gone. Goodbye. I'm done with this. I'm done. Like I'm done. Such crap. Such crap. Okay. So let's go back into. That's fine. This is in GUI still. Okay, so then now let's go back into inventory here and go from I literally I'm getting just trolled right now by this stupid library. This is so annoying. Can't even it like won't even read a full file path. Like why? Like I'm giving you it. Like it doesn't make any sense, dude. This is crap. So what do we even need to do here? What are we doing? I don't even know anymore. Um I don't even know what we're doing anymore. You have to get the path names on every file right because underscores. Okay, let's take that out. Let's put connect to database here. Copy path. Paste. And then get rid of this. Heading, select all from inventory. Do not close. And we're back where we started. Oh, God, dude. I am just so frustrated. This is worse than leak code. Okay, so now we need to fix this one here. Right? sbm.db. Unable to open up database file. My brain is hurting. Unable to open database file. Oh, you're right. Good job. Thank you. Okay, there we go. So, okay, so now if I go back into inventory, I have my connect here. Nothing's happening. From sbm.db import table stuff, print table stuff on inventory. No module found. Attempt a relative import with no known parent package. So I can't be importing the function, but so I think we're connected to it at least. No idea, because we're not getting any prints on when we were on the other page. Underscore on the connection. Oh, because let's bring this back. Ah, okay, so we were running it in the class, that's why. Okay, so we are getting the headings now. We have it linked. Here we go. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh my gosh, dude. That was thank you so much, Anton. Thank you so much. Distracted, Don, Edwards. I appreciate you guys so much. Here we go. We got headings. Oh my god, dude. Okay. So we have headings. And so now I need to go like this. Inventory matrix tree dot heading. Heading. So let me go dot heading in ttk dot tree view. Okay, so we'll say for heading in headings, we're going to call inventory matrix tree dot heading. We're going to put in this is the column number. What is the first arg? Refers to the index or column you want to set the heading for. How can you dynamically set these with a list headings? Create a list of names. Loop through the list and use the heading method to set the headings. Oh, okay, so you do. I'm stupid. Quote FX. No, hashtag. So F hashtag index here. And then heading dot index. Whoops. And then the second argument is going to be the heading. Text equals heading. Like, right? Text equals heading. Index start equals 1. So it wants me to enumerate and use a count. And then start equals 1 to start at 1. Then I have to also provide another unpacking value, such as index, and then I can just insert index here, and then that'll take care of that. So if I run app.py, column 1 out of range, right? Because if I set the 0, if I start at 0 though, right, because you have a phantom column in TTK. Right? So I'm just looking at the error here, phantom number 1 out of range. So do I say if index equals to 0? Oh no, so start is 1. Column 1 out of range. So this basically stated that treeview.heading, this is the treeview.heading f hashtag index comma text heading start 1 headings. Column number 1 out of range. No. No, come on, dude. I'm pressing control. Dude, today is really starting to trigger me. Come on. Like, seriously. I'm getting mad. Trying to set and using sisters and define the tree. Oh, okay. So I have to assign my tree view text is equal to that, or no, not that, not there. In here, my tree view, I have to assign a columns equal to here. Headings. So now if we run app.py, whoa! Here we go. Yeah, you're right, Anton. Okay, nice. Look at that. Okay, so now we need to set the commit this right now. Commit it right now. Push it, push it, push it. Let me grab a refill on my drink. I'll be right back, you guys. What should we add next? What kind of suggest some stuff. What kind of edits should we make to this? Should we right? I'm thinking we can get rid of the phantom column, right? And maybe a cat can come in at night and delete your project. What? Oh, you're saying commit as in the changes here? Okay, so let's say git add or no, we have to say where's our oh it's clear, exit out of this. Right. Git add. Did that add? Did that add? What's hold on. I don't know. Let's see git status. Yeah. Right, just Dawn Soap. That was so frustrating. That was leave a like through that struggle, you guys. Leave a like through this struggle. Anton, are you? I'm also streaming on YouTube as well. So, for those that are wondering, I have a viewer here on Twitch as well. So, power about to go out. Oh yeah. Okay. So, set. So I set up um, inventory SQLite 3 table. Um, right, and then cool. For real, right? That was crazy. Should we anyone want to do I'm down to do some, peer coding. Anyone want to come on the Discord and jump on and talk over in the background as I go through? Yeah, Don's just right behind me, like just chilling, breathing on my neck. If you guys want to do live coding, anyone want to hop on, let me know, and we can work together like through some coaching. I'm totally down for that. Let me grab a drink. Let me know what you guys think. I'll be right back. Let me go refill. All right, coming back, coming back. All right. We can coach you up, and you can coach. Sadly, my roommate's sleeping, so no join for me. Also got an exam tomorrow for stats. Oh, gotcha. No worries. No worries, you guys. I really appreciate you guys hanging here with me though and helping me in the chat. That means the world, truly. Okay, so now what? Now what, you guys? That's the question is we are I'm surprised if Mahan was here, he'd probably do it. He's always wanted to collab on stuff. Okay, so now what, right? Right, now what? We have an inventory. Let's go ahead and make the um so we have grid on this frame, row 0, row. So what exactly, right? So we're not getting everything on the screen here. It's bleeding off. So we need to set a boundary on this basically then, right? So in the transactions menu, sorry, the inventory menu or inventory tab. That's yeah. So let's go ahead. We need to format this table to get awesome distracted. Aren't those that in super kind of rare supply nowadays? Aren't they kind of hard to get your hands on? Okay, so we're packing the frame, right? The matrix frame, and then the hmm. So I'm kind of I don't really know what to actually do though. So on the grid here, we have row 0, column 0, pad X5, pad Y5. I can oh gotcha. Okay, so then what are let's look up I want to watch like a little video. I'm trying to the AI. I'm trying to kind of quote. I'm it's kind of cheap sometimes. I like to look things up a little bit differently. So tree view sequencer. This guy has a lot of really good stuff here.
I'm gonna put it right underneath 0. And if we come over here, we see it looks like it's worked. Name John, ID 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0. So, okay. That's just sort of the we'll have is the far left. And I want to anchor this west. So, when we pack things or grid things, we can anchor things. West is the far left side, right? So I want to anchor that.
You anchor it west? So what does the anchor param do in the column tree view? The anchor parameter in the column method of TTK tree view determines the alignment of the column within content within the column. It controls where the content, like texture numbers, will be positioned in relation to the column's width. Oh, okay. So this is the content of it. So I want to anchor the content west. So to the left. And then, so if we run that, it's still centered. in the heading. Anchor West. What are some more tree view customizations? Column width. You can set the width of the columns to control how much space is there. Okay, so let's predetermine that. Let's do width equals quote or equals, let's say 25. Let's see what that does. Unknown option width. What? Heading. Oh, dot column. Dot heading. For the heading. Dot heading method. Text is the text of it. Anchor lines defines the alignment of the header text. Possible values are left, right, center. So if I say anchor equals to quote east and run, does that look any different than before? No. Since a callback function will be executed when the user clicks on the column header for sorting. Style. Heading T button. Width. Insert some simple data. So let's make this west, I guess. And then we'll say inventory matrix tree dot column. Right, and we're going to say the index, and then we're going to say that the width equals to 25 for every column. So now if we run this, column 6 out of bounds. So let's make this 10. Column 6, index 6 out of bounds. Five? Out of bounds. Very current. heading column column indices are one based in TTK. So this is what I'm doing here, is doing a for loop. You need to find the columns in the widget before the first column is 0. I mean, right, like should I just hard code these in? Because do you need the hashtag for the column as well? Yes, you do. Columns equals for I in the range. Columns equals to headings. What? So he's saying columns equal to a list. So you have okay, so the number of columns. So what does it say? So it says for every index in the range of 1 to 1 greater than headings, that's going to be the column number. So do I say the length of headings for the number of columns? No. Then you're missing the hashtag on line 31. Oh, that's a great notice. Thank you. So that probably is it. Okay. Sweet. So now what I want to do though is I'm going to take my how to fill the grid. Use the grid method to make a widget fill the available spaces, parameters, north, south, east, bottom. Sticky, this parameter specifies where to stick to the inside of the cell. Okay, so let's do this. So I'm gonna have my frame inventory frame dot column configure zero eight one grid row configure with 0 and 1 as values. 0 and weight equals 1. And then this is column configure. So if I run this, nothing changes with the frame. So what is the point of putting a tree view in a frame? A frame is essentially a container that can hold other widgets. Okay, so then do I really need... So if I have the frame, I'm going to pack the frame on to the inventory tab, and then so that'll, and then we'll say expand one, fill both. Okay. So then I'm going to have to, if I pack that guy, no, because I have to keep this actually at grid, it looks like. And so this is going to be row equals maybe I just want a table. Okay, so let's do that. Let's take the table. Let's delete this. Put the tree view on self. Oh. Frame. There. Okay. So now that's in the frame. Perfect. Okay. So that's what I wanted. That's why it was expanding outwards, because it was in the container. So now it's in the frame because I'm going to organize it via frames, right? So I've already kind of planned out how I want to do this, is where I'm going to have my inventory page like this, right? Right, and here is the selector, right, for inventory. These are the buttons up top or whatnot. So here's your page, here's your tab that's open, and then and this will say inventory up here. And then obviously you have closed tabs over here, right, for all your other stuff. Okay, and so what I'm going to have is a frame right here, number 1, that's going to house the matrix. So this is going to be the matrix, right? And then we're going to have another frame here that's going to house the add item section. And then we're going to have a section down here at the bottom. This is the item search. Right? So that's how we're going to set this up. So now we have, appropriately, if we go back and run app.py now, we have our table being contained within this frame. Perfect. So we need to set the size of the frame to where we want it, and then let the table fill that frame, right? So the column, row 0, column span. So we're going to say column span. We're going to span like 100 columns. And row span 100 again. See how that looks? Or something not right here. So that's not working. So then, because this is going 0, 0 and not spanning anything. Yeah, I'm struggling. I want to struggle. I want to learn for sure. Um, how can I adjust the size of a tree view that is nested in a frame? I am using grid. To adjust the size of a tree widget that is nested in a frame, you need to make sure the grid row configure and column configure methods on the frame allow for the tree widget to expand to contract as needed when the window is resized. So we're going to give the tree view, right? The tree view is going to have a sticky on the grid, a sticky of, quote, north, south, east, and west. So it's going to stick to all sides of the frame. So nothing's happening yet. Grid, row configure, and grid column. These methods configure how rows should behave when resized. I don't want the frame to be able to be resized. I want it fixed. Do you want the frame container tree view to have a fixed size, not resized when they're resized? The weight attribute. So in row configure, frame dot 0 weight 0. Okay, so we'll say so we already added the frame. So inventory matrix frame dot row configure 0, 0. And then this is also for column configure. Object int has no length. On row configure 0, 0. Oh, weight 0. Right? So this goes over, but so my tree view is on the frame, columns heading. Hmm. How do I make the frame bigger? To make the frame application, you adjust the width and height parameter when creating the frame. Okay, width. Equals 100. Height equals 100. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, shoot. So we have a frame. So what happens if I comment all this out and then give this just self as such? Nothing. So is the frame even doing anything? It doesn't look like it. So then let's remove the frame. Okay, we're adding onto self. That's our current look. Okay. We then say, I don't even know. Row 0, column 0. Column span 100. What does that do? Anything? No. I don't know how to use this. So tree view. So we'll say width. Not there. Is it here? Nope, not there either. Tree view. Okay.
Well, this we're doing with, I want to have the first name, then I want to have the last name, and then and the best way to understand it is if I play around with the value 100 is going to be inserted.
So then how can I only want it to be a certain section.
In this video, we are going to learn the number of rows and columns. On top of that, you can also set the width, a very simple system. However, there's one limitation you need to be aware of. Like with Peg, grid only determines how much space a widget can. Here we have north, east, south, and west, and this we use to place a widget inside of here. By default, a widget is always going to be right in the middle. However, if we, for example, specify sticky north, then the widget is going to stick at the top. This would look something like this, to be determined by the content. For example, if we have a label with some text, then the width of the cell it's in. That is quite a bit of stuff to cover, so let's jump right in and let's have a look at some examples. Here I have some very basic code. If I execute all of this, we can see that we have a container, label 1, and then use 1 and 2 to 1. So I have to define a grid. For that, you take the container and you run two methods. The first one is called column configure. This is going to create one or multiple columns. For now, I only want to create one, at least on this line of code. This needs two arguments. First of all is the index, and the index here is going to be column 0. Then we need what is called the weight, and this is going to determine how wide this column is. For now, I'm going to set it to 1. Once we have that, I want to duplicate this thing and change the 0 to a 1. With that, we have two columns. I want to duplicate this thing another time and change the column to 0 for now. The row right now always has to be 0 because we only have a single row.
Oh. Okay. So if we had, let's go back. So we had a frame, right? We want to configure. We don't need to configure any rows or columns in this frame because we want just the frame to have a 0, a row configure, row 0 has a weight of 1, column configure, column 0 has a weight of 1. So now we have 0, I don't know.
With that, we are placing label. This now, these cells only create a space for the
See you
widget,
tomorrow, Don Soap.
but
Thanks
we're
for
not
coming in, man.
north. That is basically we are getting the same thing. The majority of the let me draw this actually. In this widget right now, we have 4 different rows. This one here is row 0. Then we have roughly here row 1, row 2, and the rest is row 3. This one is much taller than the other rows because we have given it a greater weight.
One, two. Okay, so let's just do this. I need to see some examples of this. Like, so let's just take my current code here, go here and say, I am trying to set up the grid layout for the frame and the tree view. I want the frame to contain the tree view, and I want to set its location within the notebook tab to be a fixed one. The tab is being packed onto the notebook, right? Fixed position. If you want a tree view to be placed at a fixed position within a tab, means you don't want to stretch it dynamically based on the window. Grid layout. You need to make sure that both frame and tree view use the grid layout system. Add sticky for stretching. Ensure the tree view inside the frame expands to fill the available space in the grid cell. So this is my current code here. In your code, you're setting up the tree view and using a frame, and then there are a few things to adjust. The width for the column is set to 5. The width of columns is set to 5, which might be too narrow. Yeah, so let's make this 20. And let's see what that does. Okay. $200. Let's see what that does. Okay, so now they're really big. So let's bring this down to 100 or 50. How about that? Okay, that's better. But you're not. We'll make it bigger. 100. Okay, I like that. So then what I need to do is get rid of the phantom column as well. I'll make it a slightly bigger at 150. Okay. If you want the frame to expand and fill the available space within the Notebook app, you should use grid row configure and grid column configure to make sure the frame adjusts when the window size changes. Make sure you handle the database connection properly. Right, they put in these here, so let's just take these and see what it says, what it would look like. So I put this in here. On the frame, on the inventory tab. Yeah, like that. So what does that do? Okay, that sets it to the middle of the entire thing. Okay. So our inventory tab. Okay, got you. So our inventory tab needs to have rows and columns. This is so difficult. I don't want the frame to expand the entire tab. I want to place its location. If you want to place the frame container, the tree view at a fixed location within the notebook tab without having to span it, you can adjust the grid configuration. Remove grid row, configure row grid in the inventory tab. This stops the frame from expanding. Yeah, so you don't want I don't want it to expand. Manually specify the row and column in a fixed position in the inventory settings. So you give a width 500 by 200. So width of the frame 500 by 200. You put it in the top left. Pad it by 10. They say. So then you give you grid the tree. Yep. North, south, east, west on sticky. Nice sticky the text. Okay, so then okay. Now we have it at the top only. So what do we do there? We set the width of 500, height of 200. So we just increase the width. So if I lower this to 300, what happens? So if I make this width 0, what happens? Nothing. Nothing is changing. Why is nothing changing? If I make the height 0, what happens? Nothing is changing. So what is the point of even doing this? There is none. It doesn't do anything. Okay. What happens if I remove this sticky here? Nothing. Okay. So the inventory tab is a frame. We're gonna just delete the frame altogether. Put the tree view on self. What that'll do is that. Okay, so here. Now I need to give because this is being packed. So we're putting this onto the inventory tab frame. So we can set the, so I want 2 columns, 2 rows. So we'll say grid self.grid column configure column 0 weight 1 self dot column configure. This is gonna have a weight of like 3 1. And then we'll copy this down, but change these to row configure for the same thing. Now we place this in row 0, column 0 of the parent widget, the frame. Okay, and then so now what happens? So this doesn't move though. So if I go inventory tree, sticky, north, south, east, west, and then go here. Okay, now that fills that, and we have this space down here, which is that other column, or that other row. But what I want is a chunk right here as well. So I need a column. So column 0 has a weight of 3. Why is this going past into my second row or column? So I add a bunch of these, 2, 3, 4, and run. Nothing's happening on this right side. Why? So why is that the case? Oh, just because of this width? What happens if I remove this width? Oh, that's just the column width, individual column width. So here, I'm going to take this. In your current inventory tab using grid and configuring the grid layout to ensure proper alignment. You set up column and row. Fills with allocated space in it. The weight is 3 for column 0 and row 0 ensures that tree will take. You can adjust the grid layout to configure to make sure that the tree view is spanning the entire window frame parent when I have it only in row 0, call 0. Hey, Amen218, thanks for coming in and chatting with me on Twitch. How you doing? To ensure that tree view does not span the entire parent frame, you ensure that its grid configuration is correctly constrained with the smaller area of the parent frame, specifically row 0, column 0 in the grid parent, and that parent's grid frame configuration probably defines. So it says column configure. Add headings to the tree view. Right, so I'm gonna take the frame back, I guess, and then tree frame here. If we run, nothing is changing. Why? Tree frame self. Row 0, column 0, pad X, pad Y, sticky. So let me make the column, let me make this like 10, let me make this big. No. I don't get this, dude. I don't get, hey, man, thanks so much. I appreciate you for the comment, Amen. I don't get this, dude. I don't get what I'm doing with this layout crap.
What's going on, guys? My name is John Elder from Coding Simple and Easy Way to. And remember, we this around with this, and they have rows, Elder, right? So I'm just gonna copy these down. Hard to get it. Still, row 1, column. It's all relative. They're relative to each other. And what I mean by that is, look at this. If we change this from column 1, my name is John Elder.
Is it because I don't have another widget there? Like, let me make a let me make a let me make another frame. Right? Make a frame. We'll set this one to row 0, column 1. Right? Remove that. I don't want sticky on this frame. No, so this needs to go on to inventory tab. We're going to place this frame, row 0, column 0. We're going to place this frame, column 1, And then I'm going to put a, let's put a, what is it called? Input? No. Entry. So we'll say, test entry is equal to entry ttk dot entry text is equal to quote test and then we're going to go test entry dot grid row 0 column 1. There's no attribute tk. Inventory tab has no attribute tk. The error encoding attribute error. I'm going to call parent. Oh, okay, so this needs to be the frame goes on self there, and then we put the frame there. I cannot use geometry manager. Which already uses pack, line 49. So this frame is going to go there. So we're trying to grid on the parent is going to be that frame. So this is going to be test frame, test frame. I'm not getting it anywhere. This is so frustrating. I don't get it, dude. I don't get this whole row BS. Like, I really don't get it. Create frame for the tree view. Right? So we created a frame for the tree view. We stick that on So this just sticks it in the middle now. Because we're adding that inventory tab to the notebook. The frame because we have a 0 and 0, so we have one column. So if I go like this, if I give another column, does that then shift upwards? No. Give it that. Nothing. I really don't like graphics. I'd much rather do data. GUI sucks. All right. Let's keep chugging here. So we're adding the inventory tab window to the given parent. Creating a frame for the tree view. How to make frame visible so I can see where it is. Relief. Just give me a one line matrix that configure background light blue inventory matrix frame. Unknown option background. Frame has no ground. Arg. TTK.style configure T frame background light blue. So I say style is equal to T frame. I don't even know. This sucks. um. This is just really boring. Can't configure it. So what happens if I get rid of the matrix? What do I get? Blank, nothing. So there is no frame. So I'm not even gonna deal with this BS. Let's just, we don't even need it. We don't need a frame. So let's do this on self. Run here. Okay. That. There we go. So now we're in all the way. Okay. Now I give this 1. Wait. 5. Nothing changed. So place this in row 1. Does the grid column config set the number of total rows and columns? No, the grid column did not set the number. This resizing. How to set the number of rows and columns in the frame. See the grid. So then what if I say, it doesn't go there, does it go here? It doesn't go there. Okay, so then what if I get rid of the sticky now? If I get rid of the sticky, now we're in the middle. So if I sticky north, so then let me add a label. Test label is equal to label ttk dot label, and then we'll put in here the master of this label is going to be self, and text is equal to test. Okay, and we're going to test label dot grid on here, and we're going to put this at row equals 0, column equals 1. So now if we run here, there we go. Okay, perfect. So then I want to give a weight to column 1, a weight of, column 0 gets a weight of 3. So it pushes it out to bounds. So we put that back to 1. that's gone. So why did that disappear when I added that? Now it's back. See, if I delete this altogether, what happens? It's not there. I'll take this and say, why is the grid config needed? The grid configure and row column configure are needed. Grid row config allow you to control how the grid behaves when the window is resized. If you don't set these, the grid cells might not expand. I don't allow resizing of the window. If you don't allow, then they are not strictly necessary. Especially if you have multiple rows and columns. If window isn't resizable. By removing it, my label, my test label disappears. If your test label disappears after removing grid column configure and grid row configure, it's likely because the grid layout is not configured properly. Allocate space for all the widgets in the grid. By default, grid places widgets, the rows and columns, but it doesn't automatically manage the size distribution. So I go here, wait. Zero here, and run. That goes, it disappears. Create row. Oh, configure column 1. Okay, so now we have that. So what if I give a weight of 5 to that column? It disappears completely. Why? If I give a weight of 0 here and a weight of 0 here. Weight of 0 here. I don't know what doing. You are not explaining and are just going ahead, and it's not helping at all. In Tkinter, the grid, when you use grid, you're placing windows in the tree viewer label into rows and columns. However, Tkinter needs to know how to manage the spaces in these rows and columns, especially when the window is resized. Grid column configure. This tells Tkinter how to manage the width of the specific form. If the column has a weight of 0, that means the column will not expand or shrink with window resizing. If it has a weight greater than 0, it means the column will. So I don't want to give a weight. So I don't need to configure weight because it's not resizing. But your two widgets, both are being placed in a grid, however, doesn't know how to distribute the space between them. This can, when you add my label is gone, and I don't want to config because I am not, because my window is fixed. If your label is disappearing, that might be due to the layout configuration of the grid. Since you're not configuring the grid or setting column rows and heights to kindred. We place the tree view in row 0. We place the label use sticky. Okay, so sticky. How to expand test. They're adding it to here. Sticky. North. North, south, east, west. Like so. Doesn't do anything. Okay, I think the GPT really sucks for Tkinter, so I'm gonna stop using it. It's really bad. I don't know though, like this is so annoying. I want my matrix on the left. I want the label on the right. Why? Where is it? Where is the label? Why is it not on the right in row 0, column 1? I'm setting the matrix into row 0, column 0. So why am I not seeing row 0, column 1? I know I said I wasn't going to use this. Why am I not seeing the label? I am adding it to the grid and no other widgets are in its cell. It may be aggravated. So fixes, make sure the label appears as designated when you configure. Nope. Nope. And then give sticky north, south, east, west to the matrix tree. No. Dude, what? What is going on? Like, I don't know. I don't know. You're wrong. It's still gone. So it wants a sticky option for the label. No. Configure row 0, column 0. I've never used another AI before. I don't even have an account. So what happens? Okay. This just gives me a blank slate. Okay? I'm gonna add in add in so let me go to here. I'm gonna go dot grid 0 row 0 column 0. We'll go sticky equals north, south, east, west. Okay, it's stuck to the entire thing. We do tab control dot row grid row configure equal row 0 weight equals 1. Column configure weight equals 1. How to expand the entire app dot oh, so this needs to be app dot right. Cool. So now that's filling up from the entire thing using grid on the app. So then now we're here. See ya, dude. I'm gassed too. I'm faded. Thanks for coming in, Jacob. Okay, so I'm going to add a main frame is equal to a frame, right? And the master is going to go on self. Right? We're going to go mainframe dot column grid column configure. What is grid configure? The grid configure and no, just grid configure. Stop writing. The lower level I think is triggered when you configure. So grid column configure 0 with a weight of 1. Grid column configure column number 1 with a weight of 2. And then grid row configure row 0 with a weight of 0, 1. So that made a frame. Here. We're going to set this onto the main frame. Same here. No. No. Come on. No. Just give me the line. Yeah, so mainframe.grid row 0 column 0 sticky equals quote north, south, east. Now if we run that, okay, cool. Now we get that up there. Why does the tree view span the entire notebook? Configure the mainframe grid file. You need to ensure that mainframe grid has defined row weights so that weight within the frames like tree view can take as much space as needed. So label test anchor weight start 1 or step pad column 0 mainframe column headings. So now we're going to give mainframe dot grid column configure 0 weight 1 and then row configure 0 weight equals 1. I'm trying. Tree view should be controlled with the parent window as the first line changed. The solution is simple.
With Lucid, engineering teams don't have to start from square one. Need to diagram the...
What's going on, guys? John Elder here from Codemy.com, and in this video, 4 column.
Dude, what? You just gave me an ad. Come on.
New Oreo
You're
Puff
giving me 2
cereal.
unskippables?
Breakfast
Dude,
with an
screw
Oreo
you.
twist.
YouTube sucks.
Columns, but these are the main columns plus the phantom column, I'll call it. If we want, okay, we can.
Dude, what is this?
Go for-
Stop. Okay, I'm getting off. I'm getting triggered, you guys. I'm done for the evening. Like, this is crap. I'm getting 4 unskippable ads. Like, it just, come on.
If we have a parent-child and his favorite pizza is it looks like it's in some data here. I'm just adding E, well, point, and it still says label up there. So, all right, we just come up here to, let's see, where we formatted it. Let's put our width at 0, and that might do the trick. Let's save this and run it. We might have to make one more tweak, but that one have to have that gap. So to get rid of that, we can save this, run it. That should do it. Oh, all we need to do is add a stretch of no. Right? So if we save this, run it, or out of an Excel file, if you have here through all of these records. So let's start with a count, set that equal to a loop. So it'll be record at 0. So if we look at our things, now each of these will be record. So record 0 is John, record 1 is 1, record 2 is pepperoni for each of these. As we loop through there, it'll just assign each of these things to each of
top right play button.
These things, and it should spit it all out. So let's go ahead and save this and run it, see if that worked. Should. There we go.
Okay.
And just like before, we get the exact same outcome, but this way we obviously don't have to, you know, explicitly come down here and create a line of code every time we want to enter something in. So if you're pulling stuff out of a database, and we'll probably do that in the future video, or pulling stuff out of an Excel file, you're not going to want to explicitly do all of these. You'll do a loop of some sort, and just that easy to kind of swap those in.
All right, I'm gonna do some research. I'm really tired. I'm burnt out. I'm just frustrated. Like I can barely add any features. I can't get like all I want is for this to take up this much space. I don't want it to take up the whole entire thing. I want it to just take up half the amount of space. But it just won't work. What if we do this? Like, let's go like this. I'm going to remove all this and run. Do we even get the label? Yes, the label's there. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do like this. Make me 2 frames side by side that are resizable. I want to see if this will even just work. Right? So, okay, so that made 2 frames. One on the left, one on the right, with labels inside. So what did that do? Border width 1. Relief solid. These are the 2 frames. Frame grid, row, 0. So put it next to each other. You configure the column 1 uniform equal. What is this? That gives them equal spacing. So what if you remove this? Let's see. Okay. So if I remove this, what happens? They're still there. If I remove this, what happens? So it's not properly exiting out of stuff. Okay. So then if we get rid of this and this and run. Okay. So that sets those. What if we give it a weight of 2 for the second column? Okay, it's a little bit bigger, so that's fine. Let's do a weight of 1. Let's make this one a weight of 2. Okay, perfect. So that's fine. Now what if I give it a weight of 3? Okay, now that's perfect. So then we need to add in another frame. Row 1, column 0. Right? And then, oop. Add in, duplicate that down, make this label 3, frame 3, row 0, column 0, why are these in the same rows and columns though? Frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. So give it a weight of 1. Frame 1, frame 3. Get rid of that. Okay, so we'll need to bring this down. Frame 3. Bring this down. Put this in. Or apply the... Oh, okay. So we're going to apply the frame 3 to row 1, column 0, column span 2, and then configure row 1. So row 0 have a weight of 3 to 1 as well. And then we're going to go copy this down. Make this label 3, frame 3, 3. So label 3.grid on there like so. Now if we run, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. Nice. So we were on the right track, I guess, but gosh. So those are our frames. So now I'm going to take the inventory menu and attach this to frame 1. And now if we run, cool, now it's in frame 1. So the grid is sticking to that. So I'm gonna pack it into that frame and then set fill equals quote expand fill. Oh shoot, sticky cap lock. Come on, get up. Fill. Or both. One must be 1, X, Y, or both. Oh, fill is like both. Come on, get out of there. Okay, so fill both expand true. So we have to do dot grid. And then we're going to set this to row. Okay, why is this doing that? Come on. Get out of there. row 0, column 0, so then how do I get the tree view to fill the frame? Sticky note safe. Okay, so it'll be here. Like this. So frame 1. Dot grid configuration. One we'll do for the column configuration. Now we fill. There we go. Okay, so you have to just configure the column if you're going to use the row and whatnot. Right, so we'll say into here, if index equals to 0, so how do you, what did he do to, how to not display the phantom column? Headings, index. Okay. Description. Headings does not have a blank columns equal how to so tree view column equals list df dot columns tree show headings for column and column. So if that tree so self dot tree dot column. Okay, so we'll do this. So this is the tree. This is the grid. So at the end of this for loop, we're going to say self. We're going to say index inventory matrix tree dot so the tree view object. So the tree view object is that dot column quote hashtag 0 width equals 0. So we'll say right width equals 0, and then we'll say stretch equals quote no. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Woohoo! Okay, so then we need to fix these up top. Um, to Kinter. So how can I disable the movement on the header columns? So tree view columns show headings. So min width. Okay, so min width is going to be 100. And we're going to say stretch equals false. What does that do? Min width. Can I say max width? So are they able to at the moment? They can still resize. They are able to stretch them out of bounds. Stretch option to false. Stretch equals quote false. You're on the right track. When extracting headings, make sure you correctly. Show headings 0, 0. Width, min width, stretch false. I am still able to drag and increase the column width. Right? So and I set a max width. Right, it's the columns can extend past my frame limits. The columns and tree can extend past the boundaries that are stretched beyond available space in the parent frame. To ensure that the columns stay within the bounds of the frame and for them, you should set a fixed column on the min size 0. false, min width, width. Here's a Kinter tree view, resizing beyond. So this is in here, but it's so by default looks like this. So I'll set the width of every northwest. Right, so I want it to be like that, but I don't know how to do that. All right, I'm done for tonight. I'm tapped out. That's all I've got in me, guys. I really appreciate you guys joining me here. This is all I've got so far. We will populate this as we continue on tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining me here. We were able to get this worked out here, but I'm done for tonight. Bye, guys. Let's save.